this script, what I have decided is I will form this entire curl command. Okay, this entire curl command I will form in the different function, and what I will do is rest all things I will execute in a different function. So that's what I'm doing here. So I'm forming the curl command. What is the output of this function, or what is the final thing of this function? It is forming the curl command. Whereas this function here, it is trying to print the output, right? Uh, if we execute this particular function, it is printing some output, right? If you execute this particular script with the DevOps by examples and Python, this is the output that you are seeing. So what I'm doing for taking inputs and printing output, I have created a function, and then I have created a different function just for forming the API URL and all the parameters that are required for the API. That is the curl command and all the things in a different function, inputs and output in a different function, right? So here, if you see this function, this has nothing. What is it doing? It is basically calling this particular function, right? See here, what is it doing? It is just invoking the function with the required information, and then what it is doing, it is using JQ to get the output. I'll make it very simple. Don't worry if you did not understand. Okay, what exactly this function is doing? Firstly, it is taking the input of what exactly is the endpoint. Okay, here what is the endpoint means? This particular thing: repos owner repo issues. So this is the API and this is the API endpoint. So I've taken this API endpoint as an input here, which is hard coded, because this particular shell script only does list users and it does not anything else. So that's why we can hard code this information. So firstly, I have hard coded this, right? After that, what I'm doing is I am invoking this particular function, which is creating the curl command, right? How I'm invoking? I'm just passing this particular endpoint so that this entire curl command is formed, right? This entire curl command is formed. Now, once this command is formed, what I am doing is I am executing this curl command, and once the executed information is done, what github.com will do, when you execute this particular API, it will give you entire JSON information. github.com or most of the APIs, they will only give JSON information. That means, let's say for this particular function, if I remove this JQ thing, okay, this will be very interesting. Please watch it carefully. So what I'm going to do is I am going to remove this JQ thing.
Hi guys. Good
Then you
evening
will
all.
notice that GitHub is
Good
actually
evening.
giving you the JSON
Welcome to
information.
Knowledge Exchange program, guys.
Okay, let me just close the
I
bracket.
think somebody is joining.
And most of the APIs will give you JSON information. Depending upon the programming language,
Is
you
there
have to
anyone
use
who joined
different
this session
modules
for the first
and
time?
you have to get the required information. For example, now if I execute this, see, you got the JSON output. Whereas using JQ, what I have done is from this
Hello,
entire
Manish.
information, I just need the username. That is, what is the login name of the particular
Hello.
user who has access.
Hello, ma'am.
That is
Hi.
Mohit436. See
Manish,
here,
is
when
this
I
your
am
Hello.
first
taking the
time?
JSON information, you see
Can
that
you
there are
hear me,
three
Manish?
Yes,
users.
ma'am.
One is I am Viramala,
Yes, yes,
then
ma'am.
another is Bhavya
So, is this
Bojnapalli,
your
and
first time
another
of
is
joining
Mohit.
this session?
Now, why did I print only
Yes, ma'am.
Mohit? Because
Okay.
the reason for that
So, welcome
is
to Knowledge
both of these
Exchange
people are
program,
admins,
Manish.
and I already
Thank
know they
you.
have access to it, because let's say they are from the
So, can you
DevOps team,
just
and you
introduce
already know
yourself?
because they are from the DevOps team, they have
Well,
admin access to it
basically,
and
my
they
name
have
is
all the
Manish,
permissions.
and
But
I am
what
from
my
Himachal
focus
Pradesh
is to
district,
print
Kangra.
only the list of developers
And
or list of
I
people
did
who can
my
read this repository and write to this
post
repository,
graduation
and
diploma in
not the
computer
admins or
application
the owners of this repository.
last year.
How do I get that information? So
And
in the JSON, there is
my
one
hobby is
particular field called permission. Inside the permission, there is something called admin, true
Just tell
or
me, Manish,
false.
for which domain you
So here
applied this
for Mohit,
internship?
admin is false. Whereas if you
sorry, ma'am.
check
For which domain you
this one,
applied this
I am
internship?
Viramala, permissions admin is true,
Data science.
right? Whereas for
Data
Mohit,
science. Okay.
permissions admin is
So, are
false.
you here
So
to
that's
teach
why
or to
what
learn?
I'm doing in the shell script, if you
I'm
go back to the
learning.
project, using JQ, I am
Okay.
just
So
selecting
what you want to learn?
permissions pull is equals to true.
Ma'am, actually, I am
Here,
interested like
Permissions pull is equals to true. I'm using this
Python
parameter.
is
If you use
Python and
permissions admin, that is also fine. But here,
data science.
what I'm using is one particular field
Okay,
when
okay,
I've
Manish.
written this shell script.
Uh,
But you can choose any of these
So,
fields to determine
which
if you want to
year
get
you are
only
currently
Mohit
you are?
or if you want to get Bhavya plus Abhishek as well.
Sorry, ma'am.
So you can play on these fields basically.
What your
Okay,
education
but going back,
qualification?
so what I've done
Ma'am,
is
my
using JQ,
qualification
I have
is
selected what type of
highest
users do I need,
qualification is
and then I am
postgraduate in
printing their
diploma
login name.
in computer
Right?
application.
So in JQ,
So
it is very
currently, are you
simple.
doing a
Whichever
BTech or
fields
just
that you want to get,
ended with
you just
diploma?
have
No,
to
I
use
am
dot
no,
and
I
followed by the
am
field.
not.
For example, here this is one JSON object. Mohit
Okay,
has one
so
JSON
have you
object.
done any projects
Abhishek
in
has
your
one JSON
diploma?
object, and then
Yes, ma'am.
Bhavya also has
I
a JSON
have
object. So what you need to do inside
1
this
month
JSON object, let's say you
of
want to get
Python
the value
house
of
training.
permissions admin. What you will do is you will just
Yes,
simply
ma'am.
write
Certification.
JQ space dot permissions dot
So if I
admin.
ask you to
Right? See, that is what I did.
explain all
Dot
this
permissions
Python
dot pull.
to all
Okay,
of our
I choose
fellow
this particular
interns, can you
parameter.
do that?
But using
Ma'am,
this particular
basically my
statement,
English
what I'm saying is if
थोड़ी सी
dot
English आती
permissions
है.
dot pull is equals to
Okay, no
true.
problem, Manish. I'm
Okay,
just sending you my
dot
contact
permissions
number
dot
in the
pull
chat box.
is equals
Okay,
to
okay.
true. Then
So
print the
please
dot login.
send me your resume to me.
Okay,
Okay.
that is
Okay,
print
ma'am.
the username.
And in
Where
this
exactly it
session,
is?
we are going
Yeah,
to
print the
present
username,
about
that is login,
AI.
and you will get this
Will be
particular
helpful for
output.
you. Just stay in the call.
Got it? So why are we using
Yes, ma'am.
JQ exactly?
Okay.
Is instead of printing
Yes,
this
ma'am.
entire JSON information, if you want to get only particular
So,
information
hello
from the
everyone.
JSON
We have
payload,
here we
in
have
shell
Tanmay,
scripting, you will use JQ.
who is
Whereas
from
if you are using
PHP
Python, you
developer.
will use the request module. Depending upon
So,
programming language, you will change
he is
this
going to
particular thing.
present a AI project
But
to all of us.
going back to the thing, in this particular function, I have taken the input. What exactly is the endpoint?
Hi Tanmay,
Then
are you
I am just
can
calling this function, which is creating the curl command,
So
and
myself,
then I'm
Tanmay
executing the
Rotkar.
curl command,
I am an
and I'm
third
getting the
year
required
undergrad
information using
student
JQ.
of BTech, pursuing computer
Finally,
science
what I'm
and
doing
design
is I
engineering.
am printing the list of
And
users.
I am a PHP developer
Okay,
as well as
so
Recording in
here,
progress.
what this if block indicates, if the
so
list
today,
of collaborators,
in
that
this
is
knowledge
output of
exchange
this
program,
particular
I am
thing.
here to
In our case,
share the
output is
knowledge
Mohit,
about lovable.dev.
right? If list of collaborators
Shazwin,
is
can you just
empty,
enable me
then
screen sharing?
print no user has read access. Whereas if the list of collaborators is not empty, then you print the list of collaborators names.
Yes, Tanmay.
In our case, the list of collaborator names is printed, that is Mohit, right? So this exactly is what the function is doing, or the entire shell script is doing. Now, how can you improve this shell script? Basically, what you can do is firstly write the comment section for it. That is, write the about script section. This you can take an assignment because this is very simple and it does not impact the function overall or the script overall. So what you can do here is write the about of the script, what exactly the script will do, right? What are the input parameters that are required to the script? That is, you have to export your username, then you have to export your password, and then you have to provide two input things. And then you can say who is the owner of this script. If there are any issues, whom you should contact, right? These are the things that you will add to the script. And then what you can also do is you can add a helper function. So to add a helper function, what you can do, see, watch this script carefully. Most of the shell scripts have helper functions. That is, let's say you are executing the script wrong. Let's say someone is not reading your script and just executing list users.sh. Currently, it will just throw you an error, right? Saying that the output of the script is wrong. But what I want to print here is whenever someone executes this list user.sh without giving the command line arguments, then I have to tell them that your way of executing the script is wrong. For that, what you can do is you can just write something like this, helper function, right? And inside the helper function, what you can say,
you are on mute, Tanmay.
If you can start with this particular thing.
Hello.
Which says if the list of command line arguments, okay,
Yep,
if the
yep,
list
yep.
of command
I
line
am sharing.
arguments
It was
is
due
not
to
equal
screen
to,
sharing, I guess.
okay, if the list of command line
Okay.
arguments
Am I audible
is
now?
not equals
Yes, you
to
are.
Okay.
how many
I am
command line arguments are
restarting.
we passing? let's say we can create a variable as well. Here I'll say
So
expected
this is
CMD
the lovable.dev
arcs
dashboard
is
where
equals
we
to
can
2,
create
for
any
example.
website
Then
or
here
any
we can
app
say
by giving
if
just a simple prompt.
number of command
For
line
now, I
arguments
have given
is not
him a
equals
prompt to
to
make a knowledge
this
exchange
particular
program
thing,
website
then
for
what
this
I
program.
can do is
Which
then
will be able to
I
take the
can simply
registrations
say
and
echo
give just a basic landing page like website.
please
It is mainly front end.
execute the script
So here the
with
project is
required
being made.
CMD arcs, and you can also print a few things about the required CMD arcs.
Yeah, it is
That's
writing
what
the
you will
footer
get,
of
right?
the website.
Let's
Right
say
now
you are
it has
executing
it
kubectl
had
command
made
in a
many
wrong way,
components like
then you will get some
hero section,
error, or you will
navbar,
get some hints.
dashboard and all.
So how you can write those errors or helps hints is using the helper functions. And what you can do
Yeah,
is
and
basically, so here I wrote a helper function,
hero section,
but I need to
navbar, call
invoke
to
the helper
action
function as well,
section.
right?
It has
So
given
for
the
that,
professional
what
blue
you can
and
do
purple
is you
colors.
can call the helper function
It
at the
totally
starting
depends on
of
how
your script.
detailed prompt
So
we
here
give
you
to
can
it.
call the helper function, and what it will
It
do
takes
is
some
when you are
time
calling
for
it
building
at the
because for now
beginning
the
of
build
your
is
script,
unsuccessful
it will
and
first
it is trying to
invoke
fix
this
it like
particular
a
function,
real human, but
and it
AI
will
is
see
doing everything
if the
here.
function is created
Before that, I
properly
have
or
made a
not. I mean, if
website
the function, if
where
the
I
shell
gave a
script
detailed
is
prompt
executed
like this:
properly or not.
develop a landing page
Only if
for
the shell script is executed
HK Learning
properly.
and
By
NAA
executed
project,
properly,
which
I mean
is my
the
personal
user has
project
given
also.
all the required parameters. Sorry, I shouldn't have said executed properly. If the
So
shell
this is
script
the
is
website it
invoked
has made. That
with all
what
the
is
required
Vigna
parameters, then
and HK
move with the
Learning, the
next lines of
navigation
the
bar,
script.
the
If
homepage,
user
hero
has not
section,
provided
call
all
to
the
action
required
buttons,
information,
mission,
then you can fail
integrity,
the script here itself,
then the
saying
additional
that,
services
hey,
which
please
were
execute the
provided in the
script with all
prompt.
the required parameters. So this is your
I have
assignment.
also
It's
told
very
him to
simple. I have
integrate
already
a
written the code.
blogspot
I thought
from
I'll
here.
just give it as an assignment, but
So we did
later
that
I wrote the
also.
script as well
Here
while
it is
I'm
mentioned in
explaining.
the prompt.
So this is the helper function, and this is the comment section that you have to write so that this script is full-fledged. Got it? But you can also execute it.
Link here.
If you don't have an organization, create an
Also,
organization
it
and create a
has
repo. It
selected
should
data
not take
from
more than
Facebook
5
and
minutes
showing it
for you to
us.
create org and create a repo.
So that's
And
all
after
about
that,
lovable.dev.
let's say you are already working in your organization, you can try this script and you can execute it. So this way, if you have 100 repositories, 1000 repositories, you can simply write a for loop for in list of all your repositories, and then you can
Also, the
execute this
projects are
script 1
completely
time, 10
deployable.
times,
The
100 times,
Vigna
and you can
Nexus,
get list of
which I
users
gave
who
in
have
the
access
project
to it.
name. It
Right?
is deployable and
So
also
now
it is
I hope
responsive.
this video is clear.
Those who don't
Right?
know what is
The reason why I'm doing it again
the websites
is
which are
because some
adaptable
people
to
did
all
not
the
find
screen
day
sizes
8
are known as
complete,
responsive websites.
or some people felt that it needs more attention. So that's why I did this video again. I'll add this video also to the DevOps 0 to Hero playlist right after day 8. Right? I'll provide the name as day 8 take 2, so people can watch this one as well as the previous video. Thank you so much for watching today's video. I hope this information is useful.
Understood it or
in future I'll make more and more interesting videos, so please subscribe to the channel if you have
features and the
Take care, everyone.
possibilities of
Bye-bye.
lovable.dev.
Can we just, if we want to
Take care.
click
Bye-bye.
something, and is it open another website or another link from this web page? Is that possible?
Yeah, we had implemented this. Like I have added the WhatsApp button on Get Started. So whenever we click on Get Started, the WhatsApp of that Vigna official support opens.
Mhm.
So it has that features also, and also it is able to make multiple web pages. For now, I have given him the prompt of making single page website. So it is like this.
Okay.
And Saujan, everyone here is registered on Startup World.
Yes, everyone here registered in the startup world.
So may I explain that how to update the task activity, or is it already explained to everyone?
If you have time, please continue. I mean, please do that, or else you can just stop.
Can we move to that section now, or do anyone have doubts on this lovable.dev?
Guys, if you have any questions, you can ask Tanmay in about this.
Hello
No.
everyone, my name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Okay, so today we are at day 9 of our complete DevOps course.
Okay, then
So
let's
for
move
somebody
to
who's watching
Startup
our
World.
channel for the very
This is
first
our
time,
homepage.
just to let you know,
As
we are
I
doing a
got to know that
complete
everyone is registered,
end-to-end DevOps
let me
course. We
specifically
call it
log
DevOps
in
0 to
and
Hero,
show you how
and
to
I have created a
update the
playlist on my
tasks here.
channel, which has all the previous videos.
Tanmay, just
So
tell them
if
that
you are
what
watching
is
our channel for
Startup
the very
World
first
first.
time, I would
They
highly
all are
recommend you
Okay.
to
registered,
watch all
but
the previous
they don't know
videos
what it
so that
is.
you know
Okay,
you
okay.
just take
The
gist of
Startup World
whatever
basically
the
is our
topics that we
talent
are
acquisition
covering in
program.
this
So
entire
here,
DevOps course.
what is the
Okay,
thing
now
that
without
all
wasting
the
any time,
interns who are in the
if I have
Blue
to quickly
Planet and
start
associated with the Blue Planet and the
and
Startup Cookie
talk
and
about
everything
Git and
are
GitHub,
basically first
before that, there
registered
is a
here
very
and then
important concept
move to
for
their concerned
everybody to understand
department or
that is
task.
called as version
So in the
controlling.
Startup World, it
Okay,
is the
some people also call it as
mandatory
version
rule or
control system.
attendance like thing
Now,
that all
what
the
is
interns
version
have to
control
update
system
their
and
task
why has
activity.
it become very popular? Right, everybody
So
talks about
all
Git,
of you, as
GitHub, and all of these
you all
things.
have
So
created your
the
account here,
fundamental
you just have to
core
daily
concept
log
of Git
in
and
at
GitHub is
your
version control
logout
system.
time,
So let's
log
try
in
to
on the
understand
Startup World,
why version control system has
go
become
to
very
task
popular.
activity section, and
So
you can see
the
all the
primary
previous
concept of
tasks that
version
you have
control
done,
system
like
is
what I
two
did, and
things. So it addresses two major problems.
it
Problem number
details
one is
that
your
in brief what the task
sharing
was
of
and
code,
what was the outcomes. So to
and
add a
problem
task,
number two
it is
is
very simple.
versioning.
Just click on the
So
add
let's
task
try to
button,
understand both of them.
give the title here,
What is sharing? So
add a
let's say that
write
you are
the
working in an
detailed
organization,
explanation or
okay,
what were
and
the
there are
outcomes
two
of the task.
developers in your
Like
organization. Let's say
for
developer
example,
1 and
I
developer 2.
conducted
So now what happens usually
knowledge
is
exchange
both of
program,
you are working in a same team. Okay, so this is dev 1 and this is dev 2.
and in
So both dev
description
1 and dev
I
2 are
taught
working in the same
on
team and
lovable.dev
they are working for a same application. Let's call this application as a calculator application
and Startup
for just
World.
a simple reference, right? So both of them are trying to build a calculator application. Now what happens is this guy is writing addition functionality and this guy is
The
writing
date I
subtraction
on the
functionality.
date of today, this is not changeable.
So
We have to do the
you are
reporting
happy
on
with
the same
dev 1
day,
is happy with the
and
addition
how
code and
much
dev 2 is
hours
happy with
I
the subtraction code,
give
but
give
end
to the
of the day
task.
to build calculator they have to get both
Once
of
the
their
task
code
has been
together
added,
and then they have
my
to build a
attendance
common
is
application.
recorded
Am I
into the
right?
system,
So the
and on
common
the basis
application
of
will
this
hold the
task
code
activity
for both
only,
add
the
and dev. So now you have to
internship
share your code
tasks,
between each
further
other
tasks,
and
as
you have
well
to
as
build
your
a centralized
certificates of
application or one
completion is
common
being
application.
generated here.
So you might think this is a very simple problem and you can address this problem using simple things like you can share this
So
code using
like
Gmail
for
or
if showing about
Slack or any
today's
medium, right? Why
attendance,
you need a version control system or why is it even a problem? The problem here
just
is
let me
I
show
just
you the
took a very
today's
basic
actual
example,
data.
but in a real world scenario, like let's say you're working for Amazon or
Yeah,
Flipkart
so
or any
like today
MNC,
5
you
interns
have
reported that
hundreds of
what
these
they
files,
did.
right? In
Meeting
fact,
with
you have hundreds
officer,
of packages and
I
thousands of
I just
files.
reported,
So
I
it is
taught
practically
lovable.day,
impossible.
I
Let's say
think,
dev 1 has changed 25
like that.
files and dev 2 has
On
changed
the
32
daily
files.
basis,
So how
many
will you
students report here,
just
like
give this
244
25 files or
reported
how will you give
yesterday.
32 files and then there will be dependency files like jar
So
files
this
or
is all about
any number of
Startup
files.
World
So sharing is not
and
that
how to
easy.
update and
So
mark
that
your
is the one
attendance here.
major thing that version control system addresses. And then there is problem number 2, that is versioning itself. So what is versioning?
Just everyone try
Let's take
this
the same example
anytime and
and let's say there
message
is
or
dev
call
1.
me
Okay,
whenever you message
and
me
what this dev 1 is
when
doing is he is
in
writing
case
the
you have
addition
any query.
functionality.
I am
And when
dropping
he is
my
writing the addition
WhatsApp number in the
functionality
chat.
on day 1 or like whenever he started writing, what he did is he scoped it to addition of two numbers, or the manager scoped it to addition of
That's
two
all from
numbers
my
and he
side
started
for
writing
today.
it. Then there was a change in the code and manager or the product
Thank you,
owner
Tanmay.
asked him
Thank
to
you for
implement
that.
addition of three numbers.
So, the one who joined
Eventually it became additional of four
this
numbers.
internship
Okay,
recently,
so
please
now it
report
went
your
to the
task in the
testing
Startup World
team
every
and
day, so
let's say
that
it
you
went to
can
the
just
customers as
we
well.
can issue a
Okay,
offer letter and a
and
completion
what
letter.
happened is the
Okay.
customers realized or the product management, your
So,
company management has decided that
do you guys
nobody is
have any
using
questions?
addition of three numbers and addition of four numbers. It's just a overhead and you don't want these things. Okay, so what is the new requirement that you got is go back to addition of two
Hello.
numbers. Okay, so what you need to do, you have to modify this code to the place that you have written some 10 days back or just 5 days back. Okay, so for this you need to have multiple
So
versions of this
everyone
thing,
okay
right?
with
So
this?
primarily you might call this as version 1, version 2, and eventually you will land to version 3 that you have developed to the customer. But what if you want to go back to this piece of code, like you want to go back to 10 days, 20 days, or 50 days? So for that you need a very strong versioning in place. So this is
Okay,
the
then.
second problem. Now, here again, I took a
Okay,
very simple
Tanmay,
example.
let's just
I
end
call
this
it
meet here.
A plus B, addition of two numbers, three numbers, and four numbers. But
So
usually,
you can
this
leave
is
this
very
call
huge,
if
right?
you,
So on day one, you might
you
modify
can stay
100
or you
files.
can
On
leave
day
this
two, you
call
might
if you want.
modify
Okay.
just 5 files.
I am having
Okay.
a meeting.
And
for
on day 3, you
5
might again modify some
Okay,
50
okay,
files.
Tanmay. Thank you for your
Okay.
presentation.
So how do you
and thank you
again
for being here.
keep track of this? Is using
Thank you so
versioning.
much.
So if somebody
Thank you.
comes to you and asks, okay, what is the change that you have done 3 days back, 100 files that you have modified? I just need those things
So
and just scrap your
let me
day
start
2 and day
this
3 of development work.
again.
So
And
that's
who
why
is that
you
Zoom
need
user?
versioning. So what are the two problems? Your version control system, any version control system. Okay. Till
The
now we
one
did
who
not talk
joined the
anything
last.
about Git. We are only talking about version control system and the advantages of version control system. Now,
I'm Sayag Ghosh.
because we talked about these things
Sorry.
and why is
No,
Git
I
very
am.
popular?
My name
Okay.
is Sayag
So I
Ghosh.
have been saying that the version control system is the main thing.
Sorry, can I
So
know
why
your
is
name?
Git very popular? Okay. So if
Sayag
we
Ghosh.
call this as version controlling
Sorry,
system
I
world,
can't hear you
okay.
properly. Can you
So
just
let's
send
call
me in the
this
chat
as
box?
sorry, version
Send me your name in the chat box.
control.
Sayag Ghosh.
Okay.
Okay.
So there are
Hi, Sayag Ghosh.
many number of
You
tools that are
joined
available
this
even
meet
before Git.
late.
Okay, let's say Git came into existence 5 or 10 years or 15 years back, but before that there were popular version control systems like CVS. Whenever I started
So
working,
please unmute
the
yourself
version
and
control I started
introduce
working with
yourself
was
to all
SVN.
of us.
Okay, and now everybody is working with Git. So what were
Hello.
these version control systems and why
am I
has
hearable?
Git became very popular?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so
Hello, ma'am.
basically
Hello,
the
everyone.
major
My
thing
name is Sayag
is
Ghosh.
these two version control
I
systems
passed
were
with my
centralized version
computer
controlling
science
systems.
BTech
Okay,
degree
what were they?
in
They were
2026.
centralized. I'll
Currently,
tell you
I
what is the
am
difference, don't worry.
already in my
And
internship
the way
in
Git
AICTS
addressed this problem is
in
Git
full
has
stack
built
web
itself as
developer.
a distributed version control system.
So that's it.
Okay, so this is a
Okay.
interview question that many
So,
people will ask you.
what you know
Okay, whenever you are talking about version
Bootstrap
control systems,
developing and
the first interview question
are
that
you
comes to you
here
is
to
what is the
teach or
difference
to
between
learn?
centralized versus distributed version control system.
Well,
Okay, or somebody might
for this
also ask you
internship,
what is the difference between SVN and Git.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
usually
this
SVN is
meeting
not
is not for the
used these
internship,
days
right?
mostly, so that's why
The
people
main
usually ask what
purpose
is the
of this
difference between
internship is to
centralized version
exchange
control system and
knowledge.
distributed version control system, and how
oh,
is
I
Git
have been,
solving the
ma'am,
problem.
I have been invited from
So
SVN
basically, to
mail,
just put
so
this
I have
very
joined.
quickly and very easily,
So,
I
have
don't
you read
so
the message
scenario number
properly,
one,
Lingam?
where people were using SVN. So whenever I started working, we were
Have
using
you read the
SVN
message
in our
properly? What
organization.
the mail
And
said?
what used to happen was, let's say there was
Oh,
Dev
okay.
1 and then there was Dev 2. So both Dev 1
Okay.
and Dev 2 used to
So,
communicate each other using a central server,
what you know?
that is SVN. Okay, so what used to happen is, whenever I want to, like if I go back to previous example, let's say I was writing addition functionality, somebody was writing subtraction functionality. So to share the code, like if I have to share this addition functionality to Dev2,
I am
the
speaking
only
with
way
you,
that I
Shai
could do is
Ghosh.
share it to
What
SVN,
you can,
and
I mean,
then
what you
Dev2 will
know.
pick the same
I
changes
mean,
from
for
SVN.
which domain you
So
are
that's why
working
it's
in
called
this
a
internship?
centralized version controlling system. That
Uh,
means
in
everything used to
Smartopia,
happen from a central
currently
place.
I am working
Okay,
as a
so that
distributor
central place is nothing but your
social
SVN.
media team.
And now
Sorry?
the concept
Currently, I am under
evolved
social media team.
eventually was
So I have been
the
invited
distributed version control
from a
system.
mail.
I'll tell you what is distributed
So I
version
have
Yes, you
control
joined.
system. Okay,
yes, no problem. So I'm just asking for which domain you are working on.
so
Like,
same
for
thing, let's
example,
say there
data
is
analyst or
Dev
web
1
developing.
and then there
Like
is
that,
No,
for which domain?
Dev 2.
no, I'm social media handling, video editor.
Social
And
media
So
handling.
what Dev 1 can do
graphic
is, if he
design.
if he
Design.
wants to
Okay.
share the code to
So
Dev
if I
2,
ask you
he
to
can either
explain
do
about
through this
graphic
distributed
design to
version
all
control
our
system
fellow
and Dev 2
interns,
can
can
pick
you
it,
do that?
or he can create a copy of this
Yes,
distributed
ma'am.
version control system and
Okay,
call it
then you will be the presenter for
distributed version
tomorrow's
distributed
session.
system
Okay.
2, and he
Okay.
can create multiple copies
Don't be
of it.
nervous. If you
Similarly,
can't do
Dev 2
that,
can also
then
create
that's
multiple
okay.
copies,
If you can do
and
that,
you
that
can
will be great.
basically mimic the central
Okay.
distributed system
And
or a
time,
distributed
can you
system and
tell me
create
the time?
multiple copies of it.
It's at
Whereas
same
in the
timing
previous
at
example,
9
what
p.m.
used to
IST.
happen was,
Please
because
be
there
on
was only
time.
one central
Don't
server,
join at
so
9:40
in
and
some cases where the central system is going down for some
first
reason,
send me your
so
resume to
the
my
communication
WhatsApp
between
number.
Dev 1 and Dev
I have
2
sent
is
my
no longer
WhatsApp
existing.
number in the chat box.
Okay, so because
Okay.
they were only relying on a central
Send me your resume.
system.
And
Whereas in a distributed system, you can create multiple copies. Like let's say there is one
I will
distributed
contact
place
you
where your
again.
whole code is
Okay.
present.
Please join the
Okay,
session
and let's
tomorrow
call
at
it as a Git.
sharp 9. Okay.
What dev1 can do is he can create a new copy
You
of
can
this
unmute
distributed
yourself.
system.
Thank you.
Okay, and he can
But stay on the
not
call.
directly send the
Yes, yes.
changes to central, I mean the
And
distributed system, but he can
so
send the
Manish,
changes to his own copy and ask somebody else to take the
and
changes from this copy.
unmute
So
yourself,
instead
Manish.
of one common
Manish,
place, you are
sorry.
creating 100 common places, and developers can communicate with each other using their copies here. And in the terminology, what do you call is a fork? So interview question number 2. What is interview question here? Usually when you are dealing with Git, people ask you, or when you are dealing with the
Okay.
distributed systems, people usually ask you what is a
Sanket,
fork. So fork is nothing but you
Yes.
create an entire copy of your
so
original
do you
source.
have anything
Okay,
to
let's say
present?
your organization is example.com.
So
Okay,
right now
and entire code of
I
example.com
will
is hosted on a
try
Git
to explain
repository.
what
Let's call this as
Spring Boot
X Git
does in
repository.
Java.
So what you can do is you can create a
Now.
copy of X
And
and call
okay,
it, if your name is
is it fine?
Abhishek, you can call it as
Right
fork
now, no,
Abhishek.
Sanket. We don't
Okay,
have that much.
so what
I mean,
happens is
okay,
not
continue,
just this
Sanket.
copy, all
Okay.
the code is also present with me. So
So
if this is going down,
in Java
no
we
worries,
have one
I still
framework
have
like
my
Spring
own
Boot.
copy which has the entire
So
code.
the main
So
reason
this way
behind
the code
why
is
we use
distributed,
Spring
it is
Boot,
not in a
like
single place.
most
So
of the
that's why
company are
Git
trying
is
to
a
use Spring
distributed
Boot in
system
backend
which is solving
development.
this problem.
So
That's why
like
nobody these days are using SVN
in
and
Java
CVS, because
we
if
have
there is a
like
single point of
frameworks
failure,
like
if
Hibernate, Spring
that is
MVC,
offline for some,
Spring
this used
Boot.
to happen,
So
trust me.
Spring
So
Boot is
because
one of the
we were
framework in
end of the
Java.
day system
Like
administrators used to
mostly we
manage
create
this
the
SVN
REST
or
APIs
CVS
in the
repositories,
Spring
right?
Boot.
So
Like
we used to create
all
this
know
SVN and
like what
CVS
is the REST APIs
on
and
a Linux
what
machine,
is the REST endpoints, right?
right? And we used to use this SVN and
Sanket,
CVS.
can you
Sometimes they used
just
to go
share
down
your screen?
because normally their applications and their servers, they can
Okay,
anytime
give
go
me
down.
1 second.
So whenever this thing is going down, then there was no way developer A and developer B used to communicate. Okay, so let's say this is dev A and this is dev B. Because your CVS or SVN was down, there is no way these two people were able to communicate. So this was the problem with centralized version control systems. I hope you understood this problem. Now, okay, so I think we have understood the difference between centralized version control system, distributed version control system, and we also understood the concept of fork. Now, let's see what is okay, don't worry, we are also going to see this practically, how to create a Git repository and all of these things. But before that, let's try to understand what is the difference between Git versus GitHub. Many people have this question. Okay, even this question is asked in interviews. What is the difference between Git and GitHub? Don't worry, I'll explain it very simply. So Git is a distributed version control system, right? So Git is a open source thing. So you have your open source thing called Git. So what any organization can do is they can download Git, okay, and they can implement the Git in their organization. Okay, so you can create like, how do you do it? Let's say you can create
Hello.
a EC2 instance.
Yes,
Okay,
Sanket.
Yeah,
in this EC2
presentation is
instance you
not
can
ready
install
right
Git,
now,
and then you can
but
say that
I tried
every
to explain
developer
by
has to commit the
like
changes
write
to
the
this
code, right?
Git
Okay.
server. Okay, let's say there is dev
Like I'm
1,
telling
dev 2, dev
like what
3.
is
So they
I will be
usually
explaining what Spring Boot and
DevOps engineer
why
has
we need
created a EC2
Spring Boot
instance,
for
and in the
the
EC2 instance
modern web
he
development.
has
Okay.
downloaded the open source version of Git, and he has also created
And
the Git.
what is the
So
purpose
what
of behind
individual developers can do is
why we use
their
Spring
code
Boot?
changes they can
Like
submit
most of the
to this
companies are trying to
centralized Git.
use Spring Boot as a backend development. Like
Okay,
most of the
but
financial sector
what
companies.
happens is,
Okay,
you
like
know,
Mastercard is
this
there,
is
and
fine,
like
but
most of the
there
fintech
are
companies
organizations that
are
has
used
observed the gap,
Java
and
for
what they have
backend
done is
development. Also,
they
Spring
have
Boot is one of
built
the
better solutions
framework that
in terms
most of the
of
companies use
usability.
because for the security purposes. Like
Okay,
you know that
and
Java is
you
a
know, they
secure
have built
language,
better
so that's the
solutions
reason
in terms of
that most of the
usability,
financial companies
and
are
also
trying to
in
use
terms
Spring Boot.
of raising
Yeah. So
issues,
today I will be explaining
commenting,
like
you know, talking
in
to
Spring Boot
peers,
why we
reviewing the code.
like what is the workflow of Spring Boot.
Okay, and
Okay.
end of the
So
day, now GitHub or
like
these things also
we have
supports
to
project
means
management.
like suppose in
So
the
you know,
web
you can also
development
do your
we
project
have
tracking and all of
one
these
client
things.
is there and
So
one server is there,
what
right? So client
essentially
means
GitHub has
like
done
suppose
is they
I'm
have
developing
built
one
a
application.
solution on top
In
of
that
your Git.
application, like
Okay. Now
one is
the
front end and
same
one is
thing
back end
applies to
developer.
other
So
systems
front
like
end developer work with the
GitLab,
web development
or
framework like
you have
React.js or
other
AngularJS,
systems like
and the backend
Bitbucket.
developer work
So
with
what
the
they're doing is
Node.js or
fundamentally they
Spring
were
Boot
using
framework.
the
Okay,
same concept
so
of
what
Git.
happened? Like consider
Okay.
example
And
when
they
I'm
were improvising the
creating one
existing
logging
Git.
form.
Okay.
Okay, so front end developer
So
just
without
create the logging
even this
form by
GitHub
their
or
fields.
Bitbucket
Okay,
or
so when
GitLab,
we
you
hit
can
the
what you can
login
do is
button,
you can
so
build
the
your
request
own
goes to
open source version,
backend.
or you
Okay,
can build
that means
you
we
can
creating
download a
the
EC2 instance, or you can
API
download any
endpoints
virtual machine or Linux
like
box,
in backend
and you can
development.
install
Like
the open source
suppose
version of Git,
when
which
we
also
pass
comes with the
the
UI,
username
and
and
you can
password,
start
in
working on
that
it.
case
But
we use
what
post
GitHub and the other
API.
people have done
Like
is they have built
this is
a
the endpoint we
wrapper,
need to
or they
create
have built a
in
solution
backend.
on top of it.
Okay,
This is
what
the
happened
difference between
exactly
Git and GitHub.
when we
Now
hit
let's
the login
practically
button?
see
Then
how
the
to create a Git
server,
repository,
okay, then
and
the
what are the things,
arrays
or
call
the most
goes
important
to
question is what are the Git
backend
commands that a developer,
means
DevOps
in Spring
engineer
Boot
has to learn,
framework,
or
and they
what
call
is the Git lifecycle. Let's see all of these
into
things.
the get into the
Perfect.
controller layer. So
So
here
let me
is
stop sharing this
creating
and
the
start sharing my
user
terminal,
controller.
right?
In the user controller, I create these API endpoints like
Stop share,
registration or
and
logging.
let me
Then
quickly
the
start sharing
call
my
goes
terminal
into
here.
the login request. After the login request has received the request, then it will be goes to the several
Perfect.
layer. Okay.
Now I hope you are
In
seeing
Spring
my
Boot, what
terminal.
happened? We
What
create
I'll
the
do is, let's say I'm
layer
a developer
architecture,
working
right?
for this
In
example.com
controller
organization.
request
I'll create a
has
folder here.
received. Then
Let's
after
say
that, what happened in the
example.com,
Spring Boot framework?
and
We have a
let's
lot
go
of
to this example.com and let's create a file.
definition or
Okay, Vim
like
addition.
what is the
Okay,
dependency
let's call
injection
this
or
as
IOC container. So it's a little
calculator
bit complex part
dot
in
sh.
framework in
And
Spring
what
Boot.
I've done
So
is,
we
initially
use
I just wrote a code for
dependency
addition of two
injection.
numbers.
So
This is a very
like
simple example.
after creating
Don't
the
think about the syntax and
receive the
semantics,
request
everything.
from the
I'm just
server,
writing it
like
for
from
explaining.
client,
So
then
x
the
is equals
request
to
goes
a
to
plus
the
b.
server layer. Okay.
Now
Inside
what
the server
happens
layer,
here
why
is,
we use server layer?
this is just
Server
a
layer
files that I'm
basically
writing,
it has
and
the
to keep
contain the
versioning,
business
or
logic.
to keep
Like suppose
the
I am
concept
the
of
user
sharing the
and
code,
I
what
am
I'll
the
do is,
I want to get to the
I'll firstly
login,
create a
not
Git
register.
repository here.
Okay.
To
So
create a Git
it will be
repository,
checking the
what is the
server layer.
command that you need
Like
to
server
do
layer
is, you
basically
need to
check the
firstly
when
install
already
Git, right?
we
Git is a
save the
command
data
line
in
tool that you
database
have to
has
install.
already
So to
exists database
install
or
the
not.
Git command
Okay.
line tool,
So after
you can simply
it
go
received
to
the
your
into
browser,
server layer,
okay, whatever
then
the
server
browser
layer
that you
check
have,
if
and come to this page
user
called
has already
gitscm.com
login or
download. Or
already
you can
registered in
simply
the
search
system or not.
Git download.
After
That will be the
if
first
the user
website that you
already
can look at.
registered in the system, it
Okay,
only need to
download
log in, right?
gitscm,
After
and if you come here,
a server
you
layer
have an
has
option
received
for
the request
download
from the controller layer,
Git
then
in
the
any
request
operating system.
from the
Okay,
server layer,
so here
here is the server
I
layer,
am on the Linux operating
and
system. So on the downloads page,
after
what
that
I've done
server
is,
layer basically
there is
call
Mac
the
OS, there is
repository
Windows,
layer.
and then
Repository
there is
layer
Linux.
basically
So I've selected
that
Linux. Okay, in
basically
Linux,
interact with the database.
again, depending
Okay.
upon the distribution,
After
you can choose
interacting
your
with the
options.
database, like here I
Perfect.
create this
These are the commands that are available.
object, we
Choose
can
the
say that
command
by using
and you can
dependency injection.
directly install
After
Git.
creating the object from
Perfect.
the
So
repository
once you
layer,
install Git,
repository layer
okay, you will see this
means
output.
interact with the
Just
database.
enter Git and you
When
will
we
see
create the
everything that is
object
available here.
that interact with the database, after
All
that
the commands
it
that
will
Git
be checked
supports.
if
So that will
already
clearly
data
mention
is
that your Git
present in the
installation is
database or not.
successful.
After
Once you
checking
have done
like
that,
like
so
is a
the
user
very
here,
basic
right?
command to create a Git
It will be
repository
checked in
is
the
git
user.
space init.
Here
So
is the
it will
entity layer,
initialize a Git repository. Now, what
and
did it say?
here we passing
Initialize
the
the empty Git
what is
repository.
the string of username, what is
Perfect.
the username, right?
The
What
three
is the
essential
email?
commands
Like
that
basically
every
it's the
GitOps,
column which
every
we will
DevOps engineer
use for
should learn
the validation part
is basically
for
the
backend
life
developer,
cycle of Git.
for
That
backend
is,
development.
firstly,
And here is the password.
let me show you the
Like
commands and then I'll
password
explain
should
each
be
and every
contain,
command. The commands
must
are
be
git
contain
add,
letter or also unique
and then you
unique
have to
digit,
understand git
right? Like
commit and
here
git
is
push.
A to Z
So
or
these are the three
spaces
basic
symbol.
commands that
Okay.
everybody
And
should know,
what is
whether DevOps engineer,
about
developer, or
is
anybody.
string, or
What is
here is
each and every
a
command
complex
doing?
part
So
in
let's
the
say what I've
like
done is I've used git
I will
init,
be
and
explaining
using git init,
tomorrow. Okay.
there is a git repository that
And
is created.
like after
How do
that,
you know the git
what
repository is
happened
created?
if
Just
after
type
checking in the database, if
ls-la.
data
It will show
already
you a
present in
hidden
database,
file
it
So
will
the
be the
blue
send
color, the
response
one
to
that you
the
see here, it's a
client,
hidden
and
folder,
client shows
and
the
this folder
client
is
shows if
.git.
user is
So
already
essentially,
logged in or
Git
not.
tracks
After
everything
login,
using this
it will
.git.
goes to
If
dashboard
you delete this
dashboards.
folder, that
Okay,
means your
so this
entire
is the
repository is
workflow
not
in
being
Spring
tracked,
Boot
or
for
Git is not
in the
even
backend,
watching this
and
entire
like it's so
system
difficult to
or the entire folder.
understand for the
So
beginner.
let's see what is in
But
this .git before
here is
I jump and explain you git add, git
mostly in Spring Boot,
commit,
what
and
happen,
git
we
push.
create the
So if you
APIs,
look at this
and
.git, it
like
has very
API
important
means
things
application
that your
programming
Git
interface,
uses for
and
tracking this
we
entire
use a
repository.
REST protocol for
The
this.
first thing is refs
REST,
and
REST means
objects. So
representation
using this
stands for
references and
like
objects,
when we
it basically, so
like client
everything,
has
every file that you
send a
create
request to
inside Git,
server.
let's say
So in the form of
you have
JSON
created
has sent
calculator.sh,
data to the
and you have
server.
created text
So
file. So
what
everything
that's the
in
reason
Git
we
is
use
tracked
REST,
as objects.
and we
Okay,
have
so
like
that is where
REST
your
is
Git
protocol,
objects come
like
into
SOAP
place.
is there, and
Then
also
there is a folder called hooks.
GraphQL
So
is there,
basically
but
using
it has a
hooks,
different
you
purpose
can
of each protocol.
let's say
But mostly
somebody is
a company are
unintentionally
using
committing
the
some
REST
password,
APIs
or
for
somebody
this web
unintentionally
development.
committing some
So
API
that's all
tokens.
about
So using
what
these hooks,
the
you can
workflow of
prevent
Spring
such
Boot.
kind of
Yeah.
things. Okay, and then
Okay.
there is a config.
Yeah.
Config is basically used to
So,
configure your Git
so guys,
credentials,
if you
or
have any
let's say you're
questions, you
using a
can ask
secure Git
Sanket.
repository which requires some secrets, or which requires some TLS or certificate. So such things can be put in config. And coming to head, I'll explain you.
Yes,
Right
of
now it is
course.
not required, but in future I'll definitely
Ma'am,
talk about the head.
one of the platform.
Perfect. So the three important commands that
Yes.
I'm going to explain. The first thing is git add. Before that, just type
Right
git
or wrong?
status and see what is git telling about
Can
your
you
current
like
repository
your
status.
voice is not
So
audible?
using git status,
Can you
what
loud,
you will understand
speak loud?
is there is one untracked file. That means
Symbol,
you have
is
created
one
something
of
called as
the platform.
calculator.sh, but what git is saying is I don't know
Yeah,
if I have
Spring
to
Boot
keep
is
a
not a
track of this
platform.
file or not.
Basically, it's a
Like I
framework
said, git does
which
two
is
important
developed by
things,
top
right?
of the Spring
One is
MVC
versioning. So to
framework.
keep track
Like
of the versions,
Okay.
Git needs to know which
in
files to keep track
oldest
and which files to
days,
not
like
keep track.
we create
So
the
firstly, what Git will
application
ask you
using
is, okay,
servlet.jsp.
there is a file that you have
But they
created in
has
this
some
folder,
drawbacks
and you have
using
also
servlet and
initialized
JSP
this repository called
that
git init.
overcome in the
So
Spring
now,
Boot framework.
do
Yeah,
I
that's
need
the
to track
reason
this
most of
file,
the
or
company
did
are
you create
using
this file
Spring Boot
unintentionally?
framework, because
So for that,
like developer
what you need to tell Git
to
is, see,
means
Git is also giving you
as a developer
suggestions.
we need to focus
Nothing
on
added
business
to
logic,
commit, but untracked
right?
files are present.
So not
Use git
not
add
just
to
writing
track.
the
That
code
is,
or
Git is telling you
lot of
that using
boilerplate
git
code, right?
add,
So as
okay,
a developer
enter
we
git
need to
add
create
followed by
we
the
need
file
to
name,
write some
and
business
I'll
logic,
keep
or
a
to
track of
understand
this
what is the
file.
logic
So what is
need
it
to
saying? Now,
write.
if you
So
type git
that's the reason
status,
that
it
Spring
says
Boot
that,
comes in picture. Yeah.
okay, there are no untracked files.
Yeah.
Forget about these comments here. Firstly, let's see about tracking and untracking. Now, Git said that, okay, I
If
understood
anyone
that
questions,
there
so
is one
I will
file
be asked
in this
when
repository that I have to keep a track of. That means, let's say somebody is coming here, you are coming here, and tomorrow what you have done is you
Any
have
other
modified it
questions?
to addition of 3 numbers. Okay, and now let's save this file. Now, what Git will tell you is, if you type git status, it will
Okay.
clearly tell you that, okay, somebody has
Guys,
made
please be
changes to
active
a
in this
file.
session.
Okay,
The main
so this is the file
purpose of
that
this
somebody
session
has
is to
made
be
changes to.
interactive and to exchange the knowledge.
What is it saying?
So be
Modified
active.
one file called
And
calculator.sh. Now,
I
using
think
git
there is no
diff,
other
git
questions
diff
from
is a
their
command
side.
which will tell you what are the exact changes that are
Okay,
made.
Sanket.
Okay,
Thank you.
so if you
Thanks
see
for
here,
sharing
it is telling that,
about
okay,
this.
I was keeping a track of one
And
file called calculator.sh, and what I have noticed is you made one change to the
guys, if
file,
you have any
that
other
is a plus
questions
b to a plus
other
b
than
plus c.
this, you can
Perfect.
ask me,
So
or
using
else
this
let's just
git
end
diff
this meet
command, you
here.
can always check the changes that you have modified. But like I told you, to keep track of
At least for
versioning, you
now,
have to
unmute
basically,
yourself
like,
and tell
tell
me
that
that
this is
if you have
version
any
1,
questions
this
or
is
not.
version 2, this is version 3, so on, right?
No, ma'am.
So in git scenario, these
Okay.
are called commits. Okay,
Okay.
so
Okay,
if I
then
go back to my
let's
previous
just
change,
end this meet here.
calculator.sh,
And
okay, and let me change
lastly,
this
I
to
just
a plus
wanted
b
to
only.
ask Sayab Ghosh, right?
Okay,
Yes,
now what I'll do
Yeah,
is I'll use
I
this
just
command
gone through
called
your
git
resume.
commit
So you have done
followed by
some
the
projects,
message that
right?
I want to say to
yes,
Git.
So
This
the
is
one
my
food delivery website, another
first
one is like traveling based
version
Android app.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
of
So do you
addition.
have that web? I mean,
Okay,
can you
so now
present
if you
that
do git
project to
status,
us? Not right
okay,
now,
Git said you
tomorrow
are on branch main. I'll tell what is a
Uh,
branch.
I
Nothing
can
to commit,
try, ma'am.
working tree clean. That
Actually,
is,
my
Git
system
has
is not
understood everything about the
working
changes that you have
for
done. Previously,
If it will
Git
work,
said that
I
there
can
was one untracked file.
obviously I can.
So in such
Ma'am,
cases,
is
you
it
use
I
something
have
called
to
as
make
git
a
add,
PPT?
and then Git told you
Not
that
PPT,
there
just
is
shows how your
one change
website
that you have
works
made,
and
that
what
for
you
that what
did
you have done, you
to build
have
that
committed
website.
this saying that
Okay,
git
ma'am.
commit
I will
minus
try.
m. This is my
Okay,
first
then
change for
that's
the addition
perfect. Okay.
functionality. Now,
Hmm, okay then.
what you
So
have
thank you
decided is
guys. Thank you
you
for
will
joining
change
this
this
meet.
file, okay, and you will introduce a new
We can all leave
functionality
this
for
session now.
subtraction. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
y is equals
Thank
to
you.
a minus b. Just an
Thank you.
example. And let's see what happens if I enter git status.
No,
So
ma'am.
what
When
Git
you
is saying
are
and how Git is saying all of these things, because it is keeping track of
Your
everything in
voice is
the
not
.git folder,
audible, Afroz.
right? Like I
Just
mentioned you,
drop a
there
message
is
in the
one
chat
folder
box
called
so
.git,
that I
which
will
is
read
Git
it.
always referring to, and inside .git you
attendance,
have
ma'am.
objects.
Attendance.
Where
There is no
inside the
attendance
objects you
actually.
have a lot of things that Git keeps in a encrypted way, or in a compressed way,
Just
and it keeps
Okay,
track
that
of your entire
as
project. It
Tanmay
can be
said,
100 files, 1000
you
files,
can
million files, and anything.
you can enter
So
your
that's where
task
if
in
you
the
enter
startup
git
world.
status, it is looking into .git and it is
You
saying,
have
okay,
Tanmay's
Abhishek
number,
has
right?
previously added and committed a file, but after that I see that there is one modification that is made which is neither added nor
Okay
committed.
then.
That means
That's
I
perfect.
don't know if this
Just
change
ask
is
him if
valid
you
or
have
not,
any questions
and
related
he
to the
did not
startup
commit to
world.
it as a second version or a third version.
And just
So that's
enter
why Git
your
is telling you that
just
okay,
complete
there is
your
one
task,
modified
enter
change,
there.
and do have to keep a
I mean,
track of it.
okay.
Okay, so to keep a track
Then
of it, what you'll do,
Ma'am,
similarly you'll do git
number
add,
is
but always as a
sorry.
developer you use a command called git diff
number
to
is
see what are
disappear,
the
ma'am.
changes that are made, so that Git will tell you, okay, previously this was the
What
change
is
a plus b,
disappearing?
and you have added a piece of line called a minus
Tanmay's
b, which is
number.
the new subtraction function.
Okay, I will give you
To
his number.
add this module, let's say you want to add it and test
Okay,
it,
okay.
so what
I'm
you do
giving
is
you.
git add followed by calculator.sh is the file that you have changed. Okay, now if you
Just
always
send in the
try
chat
for git
box
status, so
again.
that Git will tell
You
you
can.
what should be your next command. Okay, what is it saying?
Okay,
It
thank you, ma'am.
has modified a
Thank
file
you, Afroz,
that
for
you need to be
joining this
committed,
section.
changes to be committed. So
Good night.
what is the command? Git commit minus m. You can call it, this is my
So, guys,
second
do you have any
version.
questions?
Perfect. So
Recording stopped.
now we will see the real perfect benefit of Git, that is the versioning. Just type git space log and you will understand what is your commit
Okay,
number one
guys,
and
you
what is
can
your commit
leave
number
this
two.
call.
So this is my commit number one. Author is Abhishek Viramalla. Sorry, this is my commit number one. Author is Abhishek Viramalla, where it says
Rishabh,
this is my
Pujita,
first commit,
you can leave
and
this
second
call.
commit is, again author is Abhishek, where it is saying this is my second
Hello.
version. Perfect. So this way Git can keep track of
Rishabh, you can
hundreds of
also leave
commits.
this call.
And if you want to go back to your commit, let's say
Thank you for
if I
joining.
again show you my calculator
Bye.
functionality, it has
I'm
two
just
functions,
ending
right?
this call.
So my project manager came to me and said that, or my product owner told me that, okay, I just want you to go back to the previous version of code that we have written, and let's stick to the previous version. So for that, what you can simply do is search for git log. Okay, in git log, Git will tell you that, okay, this is your first commit that you have done, and this was your previous commit. And if you want to go back to the previous commit, you can simply copy this commit ID. Okay, this is called as commit ID. Just copy it, and you can simply do git. There are multiple ways to do it. This is one way to do it. Git reset hyphen hard, and you can come to this previous version. So now you are currently at this place. Okay, let's verify. Let me do cat followed by calculator.sh and see that it just has a plus b. Even if I do vim calculator.sh, you can see that there is only one line that was changed. That means I came back to the previous version. So this is how you deal with versioning in Git. So you don't have to use git reset -f hard. This is one basic command that I have explained you. But the primary thing that I wanted to show you was, using Git, you can switch to multiple versions. You can go back, you can, go back to any previous day. So that is the concept of versioning. Now, how do you share this code, right? So right now all the things that I talked about is only versioning. So I initially created a Git repository in my local. Okay. After that, I showed you how to add the files, how to track the files, how to commit the files, how to look at the difference, how to look at the logs in Git. and how to switch from one version to another version. But essentially, you should also know how to share the code, right? So to share the code, if we go back, if you by in the starting of the video, I explained you that there is one distributed system. Using that distributed system, you can either keep copies of your system, or you can share code with your different peers in the team or within your organization, right? So you have to create that distributed system. So this is a local copy, right? All the things that you have is only in your personal laptop. But if you want to create a distributed system, that's where your GitHub or your self-hosted Git or your Bitbucket, all of these things comes into picture, right? So where does your GitHub or self-hosted Git repository or your Bitbucket come into picture is when you want to actually share your code with your peers, or you want to actually put this code in your open source, or open the code to your organization, right? So this is where your distributed system comes into place. I'm not talking about centralized systems, because like I mentioned you, the centralized systems are no longer used. So let's say your organization is using GitHub. Okay, so what you have to primarily do is you have to create an account with GitHub. Okay, so because I'm owner of this repository, okay, so this is the repository that I am owning, and let's say I just want to share it with my entire organization. So what I have to do is not just have a copy of it in my laptop, I have to put this in my central or distributed systems. So for that, what you need to do is firstly create an account with GitHub, because we are talking about GitHub, but the process is same for GitLab or self-hosted Git repository. So what is self-hosted Git repository is nothing but, in some organizations people have their own hosted Git, but let's not go into the topic, because one is that is very rare, and the second thing is there is a lot of maintenance activity if you're keeping your own Git. So either go for GitLab or GitHub or any open source solutions that are available for storing the code, or enterprise solutions that are available for storing the code. So to create an account with GitHub, it's very simple. If I open an incognito repository and show you, okay, click on github.com, and there is an option called sign up. Just click on sign up, and you'll simply be asked for a question called create an account. Click on create the account, and it's very simple. Trust me, this interface is also very good. And just enter your email and answer a couple of questions, and finally your account will be created, and you will see such a screen. So right now I have many followers, I have multiple accounts, so that's why I'm seeing my home page in this way. But if you are new, then you will not see all of these things. So just click on the GitHub icon that I'm seeing here, that I'm showing here. Okay, in your case you will go to a plain page, and what you can do is, here you will have an option called creating a repository. Okay, you see an option here called new. Click on this new, and you can create a repository. And how do you create this repository is basically, like, come here. Either you can go no template or any template that you have. Select the repository name. Let's say calculator, or let's say simple DevOps. Yeah, let me keep it as Abhishek shell example project. Okay, and you can provide some details about it. Okay, keep the repository public or private. If you keep the repository public, that means to say that you can share it with anybody in this world, or if you are working in your organization, and if your organization is using enterprise GitHub or enterprise GitLab, then it can be shared with anybody in your organization. Whereas if you keep it private, then only people you give access can see the code. Okay, and then you can initialize this file with a readme file. Readme is nothing but, when somebody looks into this file, you can provide some metadata information. Okay, so just like to say that, okay, this is my first shell scripting program, or this is calculator program, and this program has 4 functionalities: addition, subtraction, something like that. And finally click on the create repository. That's it, your repository is now created. And what you can do is, either you can push your local changes to this Git repository, or you can directly use starting from here. Like, you can create this calculator.sh, whatever the changes that you have for your calculator.sh, start putting your changes here, and then tell everyone that okay, this is the system, and you can start using the system, or you can whatever the changes that are available, push to the system and everybody can share. And if you want to create copies of the system, you are open to create copies, which are nothing but forks. Like if you see here, there is an option called fork. So you can keep a copy, or you can create a fork, and using this fork also you can collaborate with your other developers. So this is how GitHub works. So today we just learned about the concept of Git and GitHub. Okay, but tomorrow we will deep dive into GitHub. So GitHub is something that I'm very interested in, because day in day out I work on GitHub. So I'll try to explain you GitHub in a very detailed way. Why is GitHub very popular when compared to even the other tools like GitLab and Bitbucket, or the open or the self-hosted Git repositories, where we will deep dive and see what are the different options, how to create users in it, how to manage your organizations, and we will see what are issues, what are pull requests, how to create CI/CD in GitHub. Although we will keep it to the CI/CD topic, but I'll just show you tomorrow class how does your GitHub CI/CD work, how do you can do project management, you can share some files, security features, all the things that GitHub can do. We will talk in tomorrow's class in depth. Okay. So in today's class, if you have any questions, please post the questions in the comment section, so that I can take those questions in a in detailed way. And I forgot to mention that we'll also talk about a few more Git commands, essentially maybe in day after tomorrow's class or sometime, because it is always good to understand what are the Git commands that are very popular, and day in day out what are the commands that you can use, and what are the interview questions as well. Okay, so finally, one final request is, if you have somebody who is willing to learn DevOps, and they are not aware of our channel, please share this channel with your friends and colleagues. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video. Take care, everyone. Bye. Hello, everyone. My name is Abhishek, and welcome back to my channel. So today we are at day 10 of our complete DevOps course. So for somebody who hasn't watched our previous videos, day 0 to day 9, I would highly recommend you to go back and watch those videos, because they have some fundamental concepts of DevOps. And if you want to continue our DevOps videos, which we are going to do from day 0 to day 45, please watch those videos and come back to this, so that you have a better understanding of what we are going to talk today. Perfect. So firstly, what is Git branching strategy? If you have given any interviews previously on DevOps, or if you are going through top 50 DevOps questions, or top 20 DevOps interview questions on any website, I'm pretty sure most of them would have Git branching strategy as one of their interview questions. Because for any organization, what is primary goal? The primary goal is to ensure that the customer gets releases on time. That is, customer gets new features on time. Let's say you want to deliver code to customer every 2 months or every 3 months. Even if you're using products like Amazon or Flipkart, the main goal would be to keep the customers happy and deliver releases with new changes frequently. It can be 1 month, it can be 15 days, 2 months, but you have to keep your releases very prompt. So for that, it is very important to have a proper branching strategy, or to have a efficient branching strategy. What we will do today is we will try to understand branching strategy theoretically as well as practically. So theoretically, I'm going to explain you branching strategy, but practically I'll also show you a very popular project. I haven't even mentioned that in the community tab that we are going to look into this project, but the project that we are going to talk about is Kubernetes. Okay, so Kubernetes is a open source GitHub, open source project that is hosted on GitHub. And one of the great reasons why I'm choosing this for branching strategy topic is Kubernetes has close to 3,300 contributors. So that is more for, even if you are working in your current team, current organization, for a Git repository or for a source code repository, I don't think many people would have this number of contributors. So that's why if we take a look at Kubernetes and how they are ensuring that every 3 months they are delivering a new Kubernetes version to us. So how are they actually doing it with so many contributions, with so many fixes, so many features? So how are they doing it? So that's why I'll practically show you the Kubernetes GitHub repository, and let's understand their branching strategy. You can also use these branching strategies as part of your personal development projects and put it in your resume and explain the same things to your interviewer. Whenever you're giving interview as well. Perfect. So now, without wasting any time, let me quickly share a new screen and explain you theoretically what is branching strategy. So first of all, before we go there, what is a branch? Okay, it might be a simple thing, but some of our viewers do not understand what is a branch. So let me explain you what is a branch before we understand or jump into branching strategy. Branch is nothing but it's a separation, you know. So let's say you have existing code in GitHub, you are building a simple calculator application. Okay, so you have your calculator application ready and you want to introduce new changes to your calculator, not just simple changes, but you want to introduce some breaking changes. Let's say this is just a calculator with addition, subtraction, multiplication and division functionality, and you want to ensure that you add version 2 of your calculator which also has some good features like percentage. It has some advanced calculator capabilities. So in such cases, instead of making the changes directly to your existing branch, that is by default master or main branches, what you will do is you will create a new branch. You can call it as a v2 branch, some people call it as feature calculator, or feature v2 or feature advanced calculator, and you can start development onto this new branch, test this new code, and once you are confident that that your testing is good, and now you can deliver this v1 plus v2 to the customer, or existing functionality plus new functionality to the customer, you'll simply merge these changes to the existing functionality, and what you will do is you can delete this one. Okay, so that's why it's just a separation which can eventually go away, but why you are creating a branch is to just make sure that any new changes, like the huge changes or breaking changes that you are adding to your existing application, is not affecting the existing functionality. For example, let's take a very popular thing like Uber. Okay, let's say Uber is an application, they were only supporting cabs. Okay, but one day what Uber said that is to get more traction, or is to get many customers, they want to introduce something called as bikes. Okay, so they want to add Uber bikes. So this cabs, it was working fine and many customers were already using the cabs functionality. Now this is already given to the customer. So the DevOps people at Uber or the developers at Uber were not confident, that if the bikes functionality is introduced, will it affect the application that we deliver to the customer? So what usually they do is they create a new branch for bikes, and let's say there are 5 to 6 developers working on this bikes functionality. They would continue their application testing, and once they are confident, they will add this thing to the existing Uber application, and finally the new Uber is delivered to the customer, and this previous branch that we created gets deleted. Okay, so this is a concept, or this is the reason why we create branches in Git. Okay, I think now we understood about branches. Let's quickly jump on to see what is a good branching strategy. Perfect. We'll take the same example, calculator. Okay, let's say you have a functionality called calculator. Okay, and in the calculator, okay, uh, this is the existing code base. Let's say today you are on 15th Jan, for example. My bad. So 15th Jan, this is the code base. Probably let's say this is your GitHub repository. Okay, so this is your change, and what you have done is you have started developing this calculator branch with some fixes. So this is delivered to customer, and your customer is saying that there are some issues. So every day you start working on this and you create more and more commits on this existing GitHub repository, but all of a sudden Okay, there are 2 to 3 developers, like the same example that we have taken. Okay, what they have decided is they want to add new features to this existing calculator application. So instead of giving this same branch, because this is a new feature and this is a very big feature, you don't know when this feature will be completed, if it will affect the existing branch or not, or will it cause any problems to the existing branch. So that's why what we do is we create a new branch from here. Okay, and we will call this branch as feature, let's say XYZ. Okay, or feature percentage. So you created this feature branch and they kept on working. Okay, so this is the reason why we use feature branches. And after that, whenever you are very confident that this feature branch is doing good, on that specific day, once your testing is done and everything, you'll merge this feature branch into the existing branch, that is main or master branch. Okay, so similarly, there will be multiple people in your organization, there will be multiple requests, like, so for that reason you might create a number of feature branches, right? So this is feature percentage. Similarly, you might have a feature called as feature exponential, or any calculator functionality, right? So for that same reason, you have multiple feature branches in an organization, and these feature branches will eventually be added back to your master branch. Okay, so this is the concept of feature branches. Why we create feature branches? For any new feature that you are working on existing organization, you create a feature branch. If this feature is a big feature, or if this feature has some breaking changes, you create a feature branch, and you ask your developers to collaborate on this new feature branch, and whenever they are confident, they can get these changes back to your original branch, that is main or the master branch. Fine. So what have we discussed till now? We talked about two branches. One is master or the main branch, and then we talked about another branches which are called as feature branches. Now we will talk about release branches. Okay, so what is a release branch? So any application, let's take your DevOps applications like Jenkins or Kubernetes or even this calculator application, they have to be delivered to the customers, right? So to deliver to the customers, what we usually do is, we, instead of building the application from master, we usually build the applications from release branches. Let's say you want to you are very satisfied with your application, that the what is this called, like, let's say your exponent branch, your percentage branch, and your other branches are doing very well with your testing, and now you want to deliver your code to the customer. So usually what you do here is you create a release branch. Okay, and you deliver this release branch to your customer. I mean, you build from this release branch and you ship this release branch to your customer. Why you will do from a release branch and why not from master, is because master is usually kept for active development. Okay, so there can be people who actively work on master. You don't, while you are testing the release branch, or you are making you're running some end-to-end tests or functionality tests on your release branch, you don't want somebody to actively get new changes onto this release branch, because you are testing it and you want to cut this. At this point, you want to say that, okay, till now what are the changes are there, that are very fine, and I want to deliver these changes to the customer. So you don't want any new changes to go into this release branch. So that's why you create a release branch. You say that, okay, so the development on this branch is done. Now if this branch is only there for testing and to deliver to the customer, so that's why you create a release branch, you deliver this to the customer, and again the same process repeats. Right, again people actively work on master, they create new feature branches, and once their feature branches are confident, they merge them to the master. And once you decide that, okay, all the features, fixes, and everything is done for the release, you create a release branch, and from the release branch you ship the product to the customer. So this is about master branch, feature branch, and release branches. Okay, now let's try to understand this with the Kubernetes. Kubernetes also uses the same model. So if I probably show you practically, you might understand that in a much better way. So that's why let me stop sharing here, share my GitHub screen. So this is my GitHub screen. So I'm sharing this to you. Let's see what Kubernetes is doing. So Kubernetes is also doing the same thing. So if you go to GitHub Kubernetes/Kubernetes, you see that this is a Kubernetes official repository. It has master branch where people are actively working on this master branch. After that, you have, you know, bunch of branches here. That's called feature rate limiting, feature server side apply, feature workload GA. So what are these branches? The same things that I just mentioned you. In our calculator examples, this can be feature percentage, feature exponent, feature dividend, whatever are the new features that you want to add to your calculator functionality. So 10 developers might be working on this, 10 developers might be working on this, 20 developers might be working on this. So whenever they are confident that their changes are good, what they will do is they'll get these changes to back to the master branch. They'll merge them to the master branch. And once they do it, they can probably delete these branches. And eventually, when all the changes, fixes, and everything went into this branch, and let's say Kubernetes want to do a new release on January, or sorry, we are already in Jan. So let's say Kubernetes want to do the new release in April. So during that time, they'll create a new branch called release 1.27. Right now it is release 1.26. So a new branch will be created called release 1.27. And from then, any active development will only go to the master branch. And from the release branch, you will start your testing, end-to-end testing, functionality testing, and everything. And that release to 1.27 is the code that will go to your customer. So that's why you have master branch, feature branches, and release branches. Sometimes you also have hotfix branches. Let's say a customer is getting a very critical issue on the production and you want to deliver that code, you want to fix that code very immediately and you want to give it to the customer. So in such cases, what you will do is you will create feature branches. Sorry, you will create hotfix branches, and this hotfix branch changes are like they can be very quick changes. Like this branch can live for 1 day, 2 days, or very quick. You make your changes, you ensure that it is working fine, test it again, you deliver that hotfix branches to the master as well as release branch, and you ship the release branch code to your customer. So these are the 4 branches, and this is a very popular branching strategy. Even you can explain to your interviews. So you have a master branch, feature branches, release branches, and hotfix branches. One tricky thing is, whenever you are making any changes to your hotfix branches, it should go both into your master branch as well as your release branches, because end of the day, the code is shipped from release branches, and master is something that has to be kept up to date. So any branch changes, whether it's feature branch, hotfix branches, any changes that you're making to these branches, or even release branch in some cases, any changes that you're making to these branches, they should be merged back to the master, because master or main is something that always should be kept up to date. Okay, even if you look into our visual representation that I just showed you. Okay, what I was telling you was, any branches like the feature branch or the diagram I just showed you, if you would have watched it carefully, what we were doing is, everything that I create, okay, let's say this is master. Okay, so all the branch changes, whether it is feature branch, whether it is, okay, let's say you have created a feature branch here. Okay, and you have done multiple features. What I'm telling you is, eventually any branch changes should go to master, whether it is a feature branch, whether you are talking about release branches. Okay, all of these changes should be cascaded back to your master, and master is something that should be always up to date. So for somebody to refer to a latest version of your application, they will only go to master and see if the master branch has latest code changes or not. And release always happens from which branch? Release always happens from your release branches. Okay, that's why these branches are called as release branches. I hope this is clear. And if it is still not clear, we can again take a practical example and see. Let's call a application called Uber. Okay, let's assume that we are a 5 years back, and what Uber was usually doing then was, they were typically a cab application. Okay, they only had cab. Let's say this repository is hosted on GitHub. Okay, let's say Uber source code is on GitHub, and they were a cab application, and they have like all of these changes in their cab application. Someday the product owner or the product manager said that, okay, we are doing too good with the cabs, but how about we also enhance Uber to a bike application. So what they have done is, from this point, when they have decided that Uber will also do bikes, so they have created a new branch called, what this branch will be called? Feature Bikes. So they created a new branch called Feature Bikes. They kept on working, and after 10-15 days or 1 month or 2 months, they were very confident that okay, even if I merge these changes, till then active development will be going on cabs, because cabs is something that they have been always doing, and they want their customers to be happy with all the fixes and all. So that's why they keep enhancing the cab application, while the Feature Bikes, where other developers are working, they are pretty confident now that okay, all the features that we have done is making sure that the Features Bike is working fine. And even if we merge these changes into your existing repository, nothing will happen. So both cabs and bikes will work fine. So then they will merge these changes back. Okay, and after that you can delete this Feature Bikes branch. Perfect. And after some time, again, what has happened? Feature Bikes is working fine, Feature Cab is working fine. Again, the product manager came and said that very cool, now let's introduce a new feature called Intercity. Okay, so Uber will also operate not just in one city, but it will also operate in different cities. Like it can go from one city to the other city. What will again do? You'll create a new branch here, and you will call this branch as feature underscore intercity. Perfect. And you will start your development again on this branch. And once you're confident, you'll again get these changes back onto your master branch. After 3 months or 6 months, what Uber has said that okay, we are pretty cool. Let's say we are currently on version 2, and Uber says that okay, version 2 is very doing very fine, and now that we have to deliver our new code to the customer, what Uber will do is, using the master branch, what they'll do is they'll create a new branch here. After 3 months or 6 months, what they'll do is they'll create a new branch till from the latest of master, and this branch will be called as release. Let's say they're on V2, this branch will be called as release V3. And on the release V3, they'll perform all the testing and everything, and they will ship this new version to the customer. Perfect. So this is how branching strategy works on any organization, right? I hope you understood the topic. I hope I have cleared doubts regarding branching strategy. So what can be your popular questions? Apart from feature branch, release branches, and the trunk or master or the main branch, what is the other branch that is quite commonly used? It's called as a bug fix branch or hotfix branch. So why I did not show you hotfix branch? Because hotfix branches are very short-lived projects. So whenever there is customer version is released called V3, and after 3 days, some user reported that there is a bug in the production. So what you have to usually do is you create a new branch called a hotfix branch, and this hotfix branch will try to address the changes that customer required, and this will be merged to all the branches. It will be merged to master, it will be merged to all the release branches that we are supporting. Question number 2: from which branch do you usually perform releases? Of course, the name itself says it will be a release branch. Question number 3: what is a feature branch? So a feature branch is nothing but whenever some people want to introduce new breaking changes to your existing functionality, you create feature branches. And what is the branch that always is updated and up to date? It's called as your master, trunk, or main branch. Perfect. So this is about branching strategy. We also looked into the Kubernetes project. We tried to understand this with basic example like Uber. What you can also do is go to any open source repositories, go to Docker, go to Kubernetes, go to Istio, go to Jenkins, or any such repositories, and see their code base, see how they are doing branching strategy. Most of the times this is the process, and this is a good practice which is followed across multiple organizations. I hope you enjoyed today's video, and if you have any questions, post that in the comment section. I'll try to explain one more time, or through LinkedIn, or you can message me on YouTube comments. I'll try to reply to your questions. And also, if you have somebody who is trying to learn DevOps, or who is looking for some good content around DevOps, please try to share our videos with your friends or any persons who are looking for these videos. That would be more than helpful. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Bye, everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Abhishek and welcome back to my channel. Okay, so for some reasons I couldn't post the video yesterday. I'm very sorry for that. Due to some personal reasons I couldn't make it. And coming to today, we are at day 11 of our complete DevOps course. So for the people who haven't watched our previous videos, we are doing a full DevOps course that would be typically 45 days, and we have already done day 0 to day 10, where we covered different aspects of DevOps. We covered the fundamentals, Linux shell scripting, and basics of Git. So today we are talking about the Git commands that are useful for DevOps engineers. Okay, so without wasting any time, I created a folder called Git demo for this demonstration, and now we are currently in the folder. It's blank, does not have any files or folders. Okay, so in general, this video can be useful for anybody, not just the DevOps engineers, because we are going to look at the commands that are used by software engineers in, day out. Okay, so day to day life in their organization or in their projects. So firstly, let's say you are given a task. We'll take the same example that we were using in the previous videos. Let's say your task is to use write a calculator functionality, and what you have done is you wrote a calculator.sh. Okay, we'll try to do most of the things through command line, and I'll also show you how to do the same things using the UI. We'll take GitHub as an example so that you understand how things are done in the UI, how things are done in the CLI. So parallelly, you can take a look at that. Firstly, let's say you are writing a calculator functionality. Okay, so don't bother about the syntax, because my intention is to just show you the functionality. Okay, so let's say I'm writing a addition function. Okay, so I'll save this file, and what I have to do is, once I am done with this function, okay, I have to share this repository in a Git repository. It can be self-hosted Git, it can be GitHub, or it can be any other place. Okay, so I have to push this to a Git repository. So one way of doing it is either okay, let me show you this one. So you must already know that either you can do it through the UI, right? So if you want to do it through the UI, it's pretty simple. You can simply click on the new button, and you will be asked to create a repository. It's pretty straightforward, creating a repository from the UI, because there are no commands involved. You just provide the name of your repository, provide a description, whatever you want to do. You want to keep your repository public or private, and then click on the create repository, right? So your repository is created. But let's try to do the same thing manually, I mean through the CLI. Okay, so to do that through the CLI, what I'll do is the command which we use is git init. Okay, what git init does is it will initialize a local repository for you. Okay, so if you see here, what git said is initialized git empty repository in your local. Now, if somebody is thinking, how do I have Git installed on my local? It's pretty simple. I've shown in my previous videos as well. You can go to a website called Git SCM. So if you see here, just type Git SCM download. Okay, so you have this repository where you can download Git for any distribution that you want. Currently, we are using 2.39. Okay, so I already installed Git here, and I have my Git running, and I initialized the Git repository using git init. So what happens when a Git repository is initialized? Or an interview question here is how to create or initialize a Git repository. So the command, I mean, the answer for that would be simply use the git init command. And what happens when you do git init command is you can simply do ls-ltra or ls-a. So you will see a folder created here. Previously, there was only one function called calculator.sh, but now there is also a folder called .git. So .git is the key component of Git. Okay, what happens with .git is Git will refer .git for tracking, for logging, for everything. Like you want to provide credentials to a secret Git repository, or you want to ensure that your developers are not pushing any sensitive information to their Git. Okay, so sometimes what happens is you create these repositories in GitHub, and some of these scripts, let's say your calculator.sh requires a password to be executed. Okay, so mistakenly, unwantedly, unintentionally, developers might push the password to Git. Okay, so to avoid such cases, what you can do is you can basically in .git there is a file called hooks. Okay, so you can make use of this hooks and write a pre-commit hook. which will prevent getting your developers push the password into Git. Okay, but the main thing that I wanted to explain is what is .git. Okay, so somebody asks you how to create a repository and what happens once you create a repository. So you typically say that to create a Git repository or to initialize a Git repository, you use a command called git init. And once you use git init, a .git folder is created in the directory, which we see here. So a .git folder is created, and this .git repository is responsible for tracking and ensuring there are no secrets, or you can do a lot of things with this .git. So this should be your answer. Perfect. So I showed you how to initialize a Git repository. Now, once you initialize a Git repository, nothing will happen, right? Because even if you do git status, so git status is a command to see what is happening in this repository. So if you use .git, Git will not tell you anything, because if you see this message here, it says untracked files. That means Git has no information about the calculator.sh. So to track this file, okay, or to okay, what is the reason why we use Git? So if you watch my previous videos, one of the good thing about Git is it provides you versioning. It tells you what are the changes that are made. Let's say I'm doing my active development. Okay, so during my active development, unexpectedly I deleted a file, or unexpectedly I removed a bunch of lines from a code. Okay, so what we usually do, we press Ctrl Z. But what happens is you forgot it, and you changed a lot of things. So Git keeps a track of everything. So if the changes that you are making, you add it to .git or you add it to Git, so that you can ensure that there is a proper tracking mechanism. I'll show you how. Okay, for example, this is calculator.sh. Today we are not tracking this file using Git, but let me track this file using Git. I mean, we can add the file to Git. So git add calculator.sh. Okay, now if you click on Git status, so Git will tell you that okay, changes to be committed. There is a new file called calculator.sh. I mean, Git understood that okay, you are asking me to track a file called calculator.sh. Let's see what happens if a Git tracks a file. So I'll show you git vim calculator.sh, and I'll write a line here. So for example, x is equals to a plus b. Okay, I know that I haven't declared any variables, or let's say x is equals to 1 plus 2. This is a basic calculator addition that you are doing. Okay, so if you use the git command to just see what are the changes that are made, so use the git diff, and Git will tell you okay, so somebody has added, either you or somebody has made a change to this file saying x is equals to 1 plus 2. So you can simply remove this change or you can keep this change. Let's say you are making a lot of changes and you forgot the changes that you have done, so you can simply come here and say git diff. Okay, and if you want to add these changes, that means you say that okay, I agree these changes. You can simply say git add dot or git add calculator.sh. So dot will basically add a lot of lot of files at once. But if you just use the file name, you can add it. Or if you, let's say you don't want, you can simply say git checkout calculator.sh and your files will be removed. Or okay, I think I just want to go very slow, so that's why let's only talk about git add for now. So what is the purpose of git add? So if you want to add any changes or if you want to add any files to Git, so that Git will track these changes, because the main functionality of Git is to track version control or audit your files. So for that reason, the very first command you do whenever you make any changes to a file is git add. Okay, so what happens if you don't do git add? So your .git repository here, right? So it will not understand that there is a file called calculator.sh, and even if somebody deletes this file or even if somebody makes any changes to this file, .git will not bother about it. But the whole purpose of .git is whenever you are doing active development, sometimes you write thousands of lines, 10,000s of lines. So if you have .git ready and if your .git is tracking the files, so at a time, even if 100 files are changed and you don't want all of these changes, simply you can do git stash or git checkout and all the files will be all the changes will be removed. Or you can simply say git add and all the files, all the changes will be added. Perfect. So now the next command is, once you okay, you added all the changes. Okay, now let's see what is git status. So git status tells you that okay, you added a new file and you have also modified the file, but your changes are not committed. So that's what Git is telling you here. See, changes to be committed. So what does changes to be committed means? So once you do git add, okay, the next thing that you have to do is git commit, followed by the message and what is the message that you want to provide. Now, why do you have to do it? Like, one of the primary functionalities of git is version controlling, or you have a proper mechanism of tracking things. So for example, if I say this as my first commit, okay, what happens here is whenever you click on git log, git will show you list of commits. So whether it is a change that is done by you, whether it is changed by done, let's say you're working in a team of 100 members, okay, sometimes you don't know who made which change. So for now, this is just a calculator.sh, and all the changes that I've made is all the changes that are made to this file are only done by Abhishek. But in some cases, what happens is today a developer called XYZ added hundreds of files, and your code stopped working. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to see who made those changes, and you want to go back to day before yesterday's code because that was working fine. So if you don't have a commit mechanism, so in this case, if you see here, Git tells you that, okay, so I am Viramala is the author, and the commit message is my first commit. So in your cases, it can be added addition functionality, added subtraction functionality. And if the tester comes to your manager and says that, okay, so once you add the subtraction functionality, the code is not working, so the DevOps engineers or the developers can always go back and say, okay, let's remove the subtraction functionality and let's only keep the addition functionality because that was working fine. So for that reasons, you need a tracking mechanism, or you need mechanism to see a list of history, what are the file changes that are done, and you can always traverse to the changes. We will see how to do that, but for now, what we have learned is we have to always do git add for tracking the files, and we have to do git commit so that you have a commit mechanism and see who made the changes and always go back to a specific change. So that's why we do git add and git commit. Fine, perfect. So I did git add and I did git commit. Now finally, if we want to push these changes, the command that we use is git push. Okay, so what is git push? Git push is nothing but now you have your entire code base in your local, right? But what is your end goal? Your end goal is to put this into a GitHub, because if your teammates have to use it, or if somebody has to use it, end of the day you have to put in a repository where everybody can access, right? Personally it is in your laptop, but we want a distributed system so that everybody can access. For that reasons, what you can do is you can use a command called git push, and using git push you can actually push your entire code to your git repository. It can be self-hosted git, it can be GitHub, it can be Bitbucket, or it can be anything. So now fundamental question that most of the interviewers would ask you is, what is the Git workflow that you use in your organization? So the answer for this is these commands: git add, ampersand, git commit -m, the commit message that you want to provide, and ampersand, git push, right? So these are the commands which you use day in, day out. What are the commands? Git add, git commit, and git push. Now, let me I already showed you git add and git commit, but what happens if I do git push? So if you do git push, nothing will happen. That means your changes are not pushed to a GitHub repository, because the point here, or the problem here, is that this code is currently only in your local and it is not targeting any remote repository. What is a remote repository? So in my case, in my organization, we are using GitHub. So GitHub repository will be my remote repository. So most of the times what DevOps engineers or developers do is they create repositories through the UI. Okay, they click on the new button, they create a repository, and then they use a mechanism called cloning. For example, so this is the Argo CD project. Let's say I am contributing to the Argo CD project. So as a developer, what I usually do is I come here, there is an option called clone. Okay, so you can use this URL, one of these URL, and you can come to your local and simply say git clone followed by the URL. What happens is your repository gets downloaded. Okay, and for example, I'll show you here. So this repository got downloaded in my local. So this option is called clone. And whenever you make any changes and do git add, git commit, and git push, your changes are referenced to this repository so that your changes get pushed to your Argo CD repository. But in our case, what we have done is we have initialized and created repository locally itself using the CLI. So there is no remote reference. So whenever you are using a git push command, the code is not going to any remote location, right? So the reason here why my git push is not working is because the repository is created to the CLI and there is no remote reference to this repository because this is a repository that I've created to the CLI. Whereas in this case, I went to the Argo CD repository, which is already existing in the GitHub. Let's say tomorrow you are joining an organization. So in that case, what you do is you go to your organization. If you are working on a project that is already there, so you use the git clone option to clone your repository. And similarly, I'll use the same workflow, right? I'll make any change. I'll do git add. I'll say git commit. Okay. And finally, I'll say git push and my changes will be pushed because there is a remote reference. For example, if you see here, git remote -v. Okay. Sorry, I need to go to Argo CD folder because I just cloned it. And if I do git remote -v, where I'm asking what is my remote reference. So it is telling you that, okay, so this particular thing is your remote reference. So that's why whenever I'm using git push, my changes will be pushed. Whereas if we go back to a folder and this is the folder, the git demo that we created. And if we use a command called git remote -v, you will notice that there is no remote itself. Okay, that's the reason why my git push is not working. The reason why I'm stressing this a lot is most of the times I get these questions in the comment section asking that, okay, I use the git push command, but nothing is happening. The reason again is because you did not configure a remote reference. So what you can do is you can either add a remote. So for that, the command would be git remote add. Okay, you can add your GitHub location so that what happens is your remote will be created. Like in this case, again, there is a remote. Okay, so if I do git remote -v, there is a remote here. Okay, so that's the reason why whatever changes that I'm pushing are reflecting in this location. Whereas in this case, in the previous case, there is no remote. So what you need to do is you have to use a command called git remote add. Okay, followed by the location where you want to create this repository. So it can be GitHub or it can be Bitbucket or it can be Git EA or any Git repository that you're using in your organization. Once you add that location, your repository will be created in the remote as well. Okay, so in my case, I would add this location. For example, what I would do is I would say github.com/IamViramalla followed by whatever the name of the repository that I want to provide. Is that clear? Okay, so this is a way. So the command that we use is again git remote add followed by the repository name. So I'm not doing it now because I don't want to create any stale repository here on my GitHub. For now, I already have a lot of repositories. Okay, so this would be the command git remote add. You can try it by yourself, and if you have any questions while you are doing it, just post that in the comment section. There will not be any issues as I expect. Perfect. So this is a mechanism, or this is a very simple Git workflow. When somebody asks you Git workflow, you have to answer the question in this way. Perfect. Now, as we already, we were already looking at this process called cloning. So I'll explain you the cloning in detail. Okay, so let's say you started working in an organization. So what usually happens is when you're working in an organization, you would typically use a command called git clone. Okay, why git clone is used? Or somebody asks you how to pull code from GitHub. Okay, so the answer is the same whether somebody is asking about cloning or whether somebody is asking how to pull the code from Git. The answer would be to use a command called git clone. Okay, so what is git clone? So git clone is a process using which you pull the code from GitHub or you pull the code from Bitbucket or any Git repository. So what you do is basically, so this is a Git repository that I'm showing you, GitHub repository. So you have an option called code. Click on this and you have multiple ways to pull your code or download your code or clone your code. One is HTTPS mechanism, one is SSH mechanism, and the other is GitHub CLI. So for now, ignore about the GitHub CLI. One of the most used, two of the most used mechanisms are HTTPS and SSH. So if you're using HTTPS, you can simply click on the copy button and say git clone. I already showed you, and it will ask you password. Okay, So what is the password? Password is your GitHub password. Right, password is your GitHub password. So you can simply create an account with GitHub, and if your organization is placed in GitHub, or if your organization is placed in GitLab, just provide the password and your authentication is done, and you can download the code. And the other mechanism, and the important mechanism, is using the SSH. So how to download the code using SSH? So again, it's not any rocket science. Basically, if you're on Linux machine, or if you're on a Linux box, you already understood the concept. You must already know the concept of public and private key. So when you're using SSH, you basically authenticate using your public key, whereas you are using HTTPS, you authenticate using your password. That's the only difference. Okay, so how do you clone your code? When somebody asks you, you say that clone is nothing but download. You can either download your code from GitHub or Bitbucket using HTTPS, or using the SSH option. So if you want to use HTTPS option, you can provide your password, whereas if you want to use the SSH option, what you need to do is you need to figure out your public key. So on your Linux box, most of the times you have a public key. If you don't have, you can simply use a command called ssh-keygen. Okay, -t rsa is you can simply use ssh keygen as well, or you can use ssh keygen -t rsa, and what happens is it will generate you a new public private key. Okay, so I'll show you, there is no problem. So I can click on enter, and by default I have a public key here, a public private key. If you don't have, you can just click on enter, and it will create you a public private key. And after that, what you'll have is you will have a .ssh in your home directory. Okay, so if you look at the .ssh folder here, there are multiple files. So I have a public key, I have a private key, I have a known host key. Okay, so these are the files that are usually there. Okay, I opened it in a Vim mode. You can also use cd, there is no problem. So if you do cd to the .ssh folder on your local, so in my case it is users a virama. In your case it can be anything else as well. Okay, home Ubuntu or anything depending upon the Linux box that you are using. So I open .ssh. So here there is a key called as public key. Okay, so what you need to do is you can open this file. Okay, you can open this public key, and once you open the public key, what is happening here? Sorry. Yeah, open the public key and simply copy this public key and paste it in your GitHub. Okay, so how do you do that? Go to the settings option here. Go to the settings option here. Okay, and once you go to the settings option, there is a option here for providing your public key. Okay, so it's called, I actually increase the font. Yeah, so it is here. So SSH, you can simply add a new SSH key. Okay, once you add your new SSH key to your account, you can come here, add a SSH key. Okay, so you can just provide the name of your SSH key, and you can provide your SSH key here. So in my case, I'll copy the contents of id.rsa.pub. This is not the file, this is just the file name, but here you have to copy the actual public key. Okay, how do you copy that? Go to your .ssh folder, you will find a file called id_rsa.pub. Just open that file, copy the content, or use the cat command. You will get the content on the terminal. Just copy it and paste it here and add SSH key. So from next time, it will not even ask you for the password. Clear? So this is how you can authenticate with GitHub and clone the code. So for that, the command that we would use is git clone. Okay, so now let us come to a very important question. Most of the times you must have seen this question, that is, what is the difference between git clone versus git fork? Okay, so this is a very important question. Most times you get this question. Many people ask this question in interviews. So the difference between cloning and forking. Now you understood what is clone, right? I don't have to explain it again. You can simply go to any repository that is public on GitHub, and you can download their code. That process is called cloning. Whereas forking is nothing but, like I mentioned you, Git is a distributed version control system. What is Git? It is a distributed version control system. That means the Git code is present in one place, but you can distribute it. Like you can create multiple copies or multiple replicas of this Git, and you can collaborate on that replica. So for example, this is Argo CD. What I can do today is I can click on a button called fork. if you see here, there are 3,400 folks. That means 3,400 people have created the copy of this repository to that particular date. If I'm doing fork today, I'll get a copy of this entire code today. Even if this code is getting updated, my fork will not be updated by default unless I do it explicitly. So, today, if I want to copy this code from Argo Proj, Argo CD and create a fork for myself, for example, I want to create a fork in DevOps by examples, or I want to create a fork in I am Viramala. Today, I can do it. This is my fork I already created. And if you go to my fork, what you can do is now instead of argoproj.argocd, you can download this repository called I am Viramala Argo CD. If you click on the code button, you will see a different URL altogether. Here, the URL has changed to I am Viramala. And you and me can collaborate on this repository. We can create our own version of this repository independent of Argo CD, right? So that's why fork is used to create a copy of a repository, whereas clone is used to download specific repository. That's the difference. Okay. So the fundamental advantage of Git is a distributed version control system that can be obtained using forking, the concept of fork. Perfect. So we covered two important questions, actually three. First is how to create a repository from the CLI. Then we covered another important question, that is difference between Git clone and Git fork. And another thing we covered is what was that? We also covered about what is the Git lifecycle, right? Because we were fundamentally looking at understanding the Git lifecycle for anybody, whether it can be DevOps engineers, developers, or anyone. So these are the three important questions that we covered till now. Now, one more thing. Okay. So you understood how to create repositories in your local, how to create a remote, how to push the files, and how to also download the files. Okay. And we also used HTTPS mechanism and SSH mechanism. Perfect. Now, most of the times what happens is, we understood the concept of branch in the other class. So let's say I just have one branch here. If I go back to my repository, okay, so this was my repository. And if you see here, by default, you only get one branch, that is a main branch. Whether you create from the UI or the CLI, you just have one branch called as the main branch. Now, let's say I want to create another branch on this and I want to work on a different branch. Now, what is the purpose of it? I already explained in the previous class, but just to let you know, most of the times in our organization, what happens is, even if you look at this Argo CD repository, okay, most of the times what happens is people tend to work on different things. Like, for example, we are building the calculator functionality here. Okay, so you build the calculator application, you deliver this piece of code to the customer, but your product owner or your manager comes to you and tells you that, okay, let's build a application that is much more advanced to this, or let's add a new feature to this calculator application that is very huge. So instead of adding the changes to this existing main branch, because when we are talking about huge features, or when we are talking about let's take a real-time example here. Let's say you are working for Amazon, and what Amazon has decided is, okay, let us introduce something called as for example, like Urban Company, they want to get into a carpenter sections. Okay, in Amazon they want to add a functionality where you can also order for a just like you can order for any goods, you can also order for a carpenter. Let's say they want to introduce that feature. Now this is a huge feature, right? It takes months together to write this feature. So if you and you can't do it in one single day. So let's say this main branch, if you start pushing this simple changes, for example, today the other developers added a few piece of lines of code to the carpenter functionality that Amazon is going to add. The major problem would be that small piece of code can break your actual application that you are developing that you are giving to the customers. Okay, so you don't want to happen that, right? So for that reason, you create a branch and you say that, okay, everybody who's working on that Amazon new carpenter functionality, okay, do your work on this specific branch so that you don't disturb the existing functionality that we deliver to the customer. And once you are confident, get your changes to the main branch, you can merge those changes, we can combine them, and we can give this new application to the customer. Till then, whatever you are testing, test in that branch itself, the carpenter branch. Okay, so this is a very important thing that usually happens, right? Every organization tend to do the same thing. They always want to enhance their application. So that's why we use the branchings in Git. Now, let's say I create a branch here. Okay. So, okay, before that, let me do this thing. Let me add another functionality to this calculator called, just for understanding, okay, subtraction. Okay. So I added one more functionality and I do the same process. What happened here? Git add calculator.sh. Yeah. Okay, let me remove the Argo CD actually, because it is actually disturbing the ones here. RM minus RF Argo CD. This was the repository that we just cloned, right? So let me delete this one. Perfect. Now I will do git diff to see what are the changes. I just have this one change here. Okay, perfect. Now let me do git add. Okay, and let me say git commit minus m my second commit. Okay, now if I do git log, I'll have two things, right? My first commit and my second commit. Now, what happened is here at this point of time, we delivered this entire calculator application to the customer, but your project manager said that no, let's build calculator one more functionality, and let's also give that to the customer. But as a developer, you said, okay, this will be a very big change, so let me create a new branch. So for create, and let's say other people or other developers will work on this branch. So how to create branches? So to create a branch, you can either use a command called git branch, okay, and create an empty branch or a new branch, or the other way you can do is using the git checkout minus b. So what git checkout minus b does is, today in the main branch, whatever code is there, right? So you can create a branch from that point, because that is essential, right? So today's calculator functionality should be taken and you have to enhance in a different branch, and once it is looking good, then you can get back the code to the main branch. So for that reasons, what we do is git checkout minus b. Let me call this as division. Okay, let's say there is somebody else who is going to work on the division branch. So now if you do git branch, you will see a new branch called as division. So this was the main branch and now you have a new branch called as division. Make sense? So now you are in the division branch. Let's say I am adding, see, you are already in the division branch. Let's say you want to add same calculator function is also here, and I will add a new feature called as division. Okay, I'm not writing the code intentionally just to save the time. So I added the division functionality, and I'll do the same things: git add calculator.sh, git commit minus m add division. Okay, and finally what I'll do is I'll do git log to see what is the logs. So my first commit, my second commit, and division. So here these two changes are coming from the main branch, because you created a division branch from the main branch, and finally this is your new change. What happens if you go back to the git checkout is the command that is used to switch between the branches. Okay, so if I want to go back to the main branch, I can use git checkout main. So now what happens is, if you do git log, you will not see the division, my division commit or division, because in main branch you haven't added it. The main purpose of branching is this. So using the branching concept, you can isolate, or you can separate the development activities. Okay, that's what we have done. So in the division branch, we added a new function, and in the main branch you did not add that function. So let's say the division functionality is done. Okay, so now you want to get the code in the division branch into the main branch. So here comes one more important concept. So to merge the branches, right? That is the concept that you have to do almost every day, because developers are working on multiple branches and you want to get the changes from one branch to the another branch. So in such cases, you can actually do three things. One is you can do git merge. The other is you can do git rebase, or you can also do git cherry pick. Okay, so these are the three things that you can do, and we'll see each one of them. Okay, first of all, one of the easy things to do is git cherry pick. Okay, so what is cherry picking? Cherry picking by name itself says that you are picking the commits. Okay, so if you go to git division, you always don't have to go to git division. You can directly use the git log followed by the name of the branch. Okay, what was the name of the branch? We use the division as the name of the branch. So if you do git log division, from here itself you can see what are the changes in the division branch. So you don't have to do so git log division is equivalent to git. So both of these commands are same. Either you use git checkout division & git log, or you can also use git log division. Both the commands are same. So because this is the easy way, we'll always use the easy way of doing things. So git log division. So this is the new commit, right? So as a developer or as a DevOps engineer, if you want to get changes from one branch to the other branch, one of the easy things to do is use git cherry pick. So here I'll do git cherry pick once again to show you. Git log does not have the division commit, right? So I'll use git cherry pick. I copied the commit from git log division or the division branch, and once I actually lost it, so let me do it one more time. Git log division, let me copy it from here and let me do git cherry pick, git cherry pick followed by the commit ID. So now it said that a new file is added or 2 new insertions are made, and this is the new commit that is added to the main branch. So if I do again git log, you will see that add division, the commit is added to my main branch. Okay. Even if I do git log main, I'll see the same thing, the 3 commits. And even if I do git log division, I'll see the